And what I would like to do is, first of all, let council know and Mike know that, and our staff, that we are recording this meeting, but it's not live streamed. So just a heads up that we're doing this a little bit differently. We do have council member house online. The meeting will be available to watch at a later time, but it's not live stream and people can't join the Teams link. So letting you know.
So do we need to do all the regular stuff? We don't have to.
I mean, it probably
You mean the regular stuff?
the.
Oh,
No, the
Allegiance.
yeah.
Sterling stuff. Yeah, the Sterling stuff.
Should I
Pick it up?
Yeah.
Not the Macy stuff, it's the Sterling
Wow.
stuff. Feed him his ritual.
We recording? So today is Thursday, January 15th, 2026. This is the City Council retreat. I'm calling this meeting to order and giving notice that at this meeting, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Here, Vice Mayor Sweet. Here. Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews. Here. Councilmember Spence.
Here.
Vice Mayor, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Here, please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Councilmember Aslan, would you read the mission statement?
The mission of the city of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Garcia, do you have the land acknowledgement up?
None.
Councilmember Spence, would you read the land acknowledgement?
Yes. Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. City Manager.
Hey. Morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the time this morning, and I'm really excited to spend the day with all of you today. We are
You.
Yes. First of all, I just want to just introduce our facilitator today. And then what I'd like to do is have all of you go around and just introduce yourselves. Maybe just a little bit about your background and then how long you've been on council. I think it would be really great to hear that from all of you. But we're going to have a morning with Mike today where we're going to do he's going to set the stage for some goal setting for council and then goals with the city manager. And then I've mentioned this to all of you, but you know, my intention is to continue to work with Mike and work on our strategic plan. I think it's something that all of you have brought up to me as a need for the organization, and I'm excited to be a part of that. I did want to see if the mayor had any intro comments today before I turn it over to Mike and then have everybody introduce themselves.
Each.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd just like to say that I too am excited to do this kind of work. We don't do this sort of thing very often. It's usually, you know, just budget. And I think it's really important to take a step back and take a broader look at the work that we're doing and make sure we're all on the same page. And we work really well together. And so I look forward to gaining some insights into how we can be even better.
Well, good. So before I turn it over to Mike, I do just want to, so Mike and I connected years ago. I think it's been quite a long time ago. Mike served as, I think we originally connected because I was working in Sedona and Mike was a former city manager of Sedona many years ago. I think we'll talk a little bit about his background. He also spent quite a bit of time down in Tucson, 10 years, I believe, as the city manager down in Tucson. But does a really nice job working with the Arizona City County Managers Association and managers and professionals in the field. And he pretty quickly reached out and just asked, he asked what help I needed. And I really appreciate that about Mike. And I'm just excited that he's here. You're a rare breed, and I'm really excited to have you with this. And sorry about sending you to county public works.
No, this is,
Never live that down.
this is absolutely, something we do. It's absolutely wonderful. So are you guys gonna introduce yourselves? Yeah, why don't we start there and then I'll give a quick introduction of who I am.
Me to start?
Yeah, please.
Lori Matthews. I've been on council for 3 years, so getting ready for campaigning. My career was in business banking, finance, and also business consulting. I had a consulting firm for over a decade. I also, in a mixed bag, was an interim director for the homeless shelter up here for a couple of years, and then from there started a transitional housing program that was the first to utilize motels. So we could mix population groups, men, women, children, and did that until about a year and a half ago. I handed it over to another agency because I wasn't giving it the time that it needed. So that's kind of me in a nutshell.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm David Spence. I am trained as a physician, some 55 years of medical practice. I still practice part-time as a volunteer at the local poor free medical clinic on Humphrey. Decided to throw my hat in the ring to run for council last spring and summer, largely over climate action issues. Felt the council at that time was not doing enough on our climate action plan. So I've been on the council for 1 year, and I'm enjoying time, and it's really great to work with city staff. I'm finding, I'm really impressed with how city staff are really on top of all of the issues that our city is facing, and it's a pleasure to be part of it. Thank you.
Hello, Mike. I'm Anthony Garcia, born and raised in the city of Flagstaff. I have spent the last 25 years in transportation and logistics. A unique characteristic is I've stayed in over 600 locations in northern North America, at least Mexico, Canada, and United States, for at least 48 hours, according to my Google Maps history. And so I have a vast travel amongst this part of the world, at least. And I found out that we had a Flagstaff City Council in 2008. I got sucked in for about 4 years, 3 to 4 years. And since then have been very active since 2016. I wanted to run for council because there was times where I felt that there wasn't a voice from the, not necessarily the working, the lower level of the working class, because I've always kind of, lived paycheck to paycheck or month to month and worked a very blue collar job. Now that I'm here, I am finding that there's a difference between my old life and the way things worked in that kind of the labor force, and being somewhat of a professional and spokesman for a vast amount of the people. That's the main reason I'm here, is to translate the message from the community. But I'm finding that being in this position, sometimes there's a lot more to the story than just that.
Thank you.
Morning, Mike. My name is Austin Aslan. I'm on my second term in council, so 7 years. I got a year left in the second term. I grew up in Prescott, where I met my future wife. We were high school sweethearts. Got a bachelor's degree in wildlife resources and natural resource management from U of A. My wife and I went to the Peace Corps. We served for 3 years in Honduras in a cloud forest ranching community down there. We came back. She got her doctorate at UC Davis, and while we were in Sacramento, I spent 7-8 years doing community organizing with a church basement organization, similar to the one that Obama is famous for. His was called a organization called PICO. That's where I got all my political chops. And then we moved to Hawaii, where I got a master's degree in tropical conservation biology. I also happened to have an idea for a novel that I quickly scribbled out and got published at HarperCollins Random House, Penguin Random House. And that set me off on a career of being able to write professionally. I published 6 novels, young adult, YA, middle grade young adult science fiction fantasy novels. We ended up in Flagstaff after other peregrinations, where my wife took a job. She was headhunted, be brought here as the director of growth and sustainability at NEU. And I got a little bit tired of tickling the keyboard after we moved to Flagstaff, which I'm very familiar with because Claire's family had moved out here in the late 1990s. So we've been in and out of town on an almost monthly basis that whole time. I figured I could put my political chops to use. I'm very passionate about climate change, about biodiversity is really, when I nail it down, that's what it comes down to for me is protecting biodiversity and landscapes and ecosystems. I think I did have something else relevant to say about all of that. I hiked the Arizona through trip. I through hiked the Arizona Trail a couple of years ago when I had writer's block, all 800 miles of that, and did some real soul searching and discovered my passion for all this. I ran for office and ended up spending several years in my pajamas again, tickling the keyboard from home during COVID. So kind of a full circle experience there, but just really feel like I have a nice niche here, a nice place. I feel purposeful here in this role, and I really enjoy it. And I'm looking forward to this team building.
Appreciate it, Councilmember.
Should we move online to Councilmember House?
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I can't be there with you in person for the morning. I have a class that I'm teaching in a couple of hours, so I have to be available for that. My name is Kara House. I have served on the council since 2022. I have a cat who does not like me on Teams or calls, so he likes to mute me. So I've been on council since 2022. I was appointed in my first term and ran as a write-in candidate at the end of 2022 and was elected to a full term. So this is I'm coming to the end of my first full term on council this year. I'm originally from Pennsylvania, came out on a bus in 2009, not the way I would recommend anybody else travel across this great country. It was a very interesting trip. but came out in 2009 to attend NAU for graduate school, and just kind of fell in love with Flagstaff pretty much immediately as soon as I got off the bus. My background is in English and education. I taught at the university for about 2 years before transitioning into a career in multifamily housing, which lasted for 11 years in direct service in housing, and now is transitioning into a role as a supplier partner with advocacy and consulting. I own a small brand and communications and strategic planning consultancy where I do training and strategic planning and organizational change management work with primarily multifamily organizations, but also others. And outside of my work on council, I also work in behavioral health and recovery. That is very challenging, but meaningful work for me. My mother was bipolar and passed away in 2011 or 12. And the reason that we're not entirely sure on that date is that she was actually reported missing for a period of time, and was found not until the end of 1 year into the start of the next. And that has been kind of my motivation for a lot of the work that I do, both in multifamily housing, but also now in my transition to working directly in behavioral health. I'm very passionate about engaging people where they are, recognizing that we all come with different lived experiences and they all have value to the communities that we live, work, and play in. And all of those voices belong at whatever table we're able to bring them to. So that's kind of my motivation for the work that I do and my philosophy of life in general. I think I can leave it there, but it's great to meet you all, and I'm sorry that I can't be there in person to meet you directly, Mike, but hopefully I will see you before you leave for the afternoon.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. So Becky Daggett, Mayor. I was elected to the city council in 2020. And this was after a long career in Flagstaff. As I was wrapping up my master's degree in sustainable communities at NAU, I took a job with Friends of Flagstaff's Future, which is a local land use advocacy group. And I was the director there for about 10 years. And then, surprisingly enough, came to work for the city of Flagstaff as their first business retention and expansion manager when the city formed its own economic development team. We used to contract it out, but we brought the contract in-house and started doing economic development in-house. And from there, I went on to be the director of the Flagstaff Arts and Leadership Academy, which is a charter middle. It was a high school, and we created a middle school and built a new campus. And then from there, I went on, did kind of interim gigs, as the director of the Flagstaff Arts Council and the communications director for the Flagstaff Family Food Center. Did some political consulting, and I never thought that I would run for city council because I didn't think that I had a thick enough skin. But once I was kind of wrapping up those other things, I thought, what do I want to do? And I thought, well, I worked on the first regional plan that Flagstaff ever had. I've been involved in many of the biggest local decisions that have happened at the city council level. So I ran for city council and found that I loved it, and I wish that I would have done it sooner because it's just the best thing. So I really enjoy it.
Glad to meet you
Twice.
here. All of this is kind of by accident for me. I was traveling across country. My Volkswagen bus broke down here in Flagstaff. While it was getting fixed, I fell in love with the town, went into Macy's Coffee House and was like, you guys need anyone to work? I got the job and really I bonded with this town right away. So I did end up going to NAU. I graduated with a degree in education, became an elementary school teacher, then decided to do a dream of mine, which was to open up a small business, which I've had for 25 years in downtown Flagstaff. Because of my education background, I was very involved in my two boys and their school, became PTO president. And I remember when they asked me to do it, me, why me? I'm very shy, not as much anymore. Thank you very much. But I used to be, when I first was elected, I mean, I would say like 2 words. But became the PTO president, really enjoyed being in that role. And as being a business owner for so long, the business community started to ask me, will you please run for city council? And it took 10 years of them asking me. I would laugh every time. I am not, I'm very shy. You do not want me up there. But I did end up taking it on and I ran. So I'm in my 5th year now. And I just love it. I think that this has been the best journey of my life. And I appreciate being here today with everyone. And looking forward to bonding more.
Excellent. I appreciate it. This is, wow. You know, it's, I did a little bit of, I won't call it snooping. I did some background. Yeah, I checked online on all of you and got a little bit on your background, but it's good to hear it in person, you know, as opposed to just reading it in a text. But I picked up, I can, you know, just listening to you, I can pick up your commitment and your passion for Flagstaff. What a great community. I got up this morning, had a view of the mountains from usually hotel rooms aren't that great, but it was beautiful. Yes, sir.
Do we want to hear from the other members?
Oh, you want them to introduce too?
I want to see Sterling squirm.
Oh, well, oh, okay, then we can do that.
I don't know.
I wasn't planning on that.
Okay, I thought you knew each other. I'll go.
Well, Mike,
Sorry, Sterling, sorry, Sterling.
I wasn't planning on it, but absolutely. It's actually kind of cool to hear from all of you a little bit of your background. I don't think I've given a whole lot of mine. Actually originally from Snowflake, Arizona, and still have a home there. Most of you know my family lives there, but I live here and work. It's kind of an interesting balance, but I got my education in 3 different universities. The first one was serving a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That was truly a university in my opinion. I was in Rome, Italy to serve my mission there. And then I went to ASU where I became a Sun Devil, proud Sun Devil. Go Devils. Sorry, I know you were thinking song.
Jayhawks. I just work for the. Good. We're good.
Well, I went to law school at Gonzaga University in Spokane, and I loved it up there. But I needed more sunshine, so I came back to Arizona, practiced in a wide range of areas of law in Pine Top for about 5 years, and then opened my own firm in Snowflake for the next 8. But during that time, I began to contract out to small cities like Springerville, Holbrook, Taylor, Winslow, do legal work, and realized I loved the municipal niche. Got into that more, came here as the deputy city attorney in 2013. And then in 2016 became the city attorney. So going on 10 years now. Absolutely love working. I told, I can't remember if it was you yesterday. I think I Councilmember Spence, you're my 142nd council member, and Mayor, you're my 19th mayor that I've worked with in my career. So I really enjoy the municipal world and love practicing law in this area.
So I'm Stacy Salzberg. I serve as the Communication and Civic Engagement Director and also the city clerk. Grew up in Phoenix, so native Arizonan. Spent my time there and came to NAU for my undergrad. Spent about a year here doing that and ultimately went back to the Valley and finished my undergrad at ASU. So yeah, proud Sun Devil. After I met my husband, we decided, I had fallen in love with Flagstaff during that time that I was here for schooling, and I really wanted to come back. So after I met my husband, spent a few more years in Phoenix and then came back up here. So we've been here for, almost 19 years. We've been with the city that long. Started working here when we moved up here. I got my master's degree from NAU a couple years ago. And kind of like Sterling, I truly found my passion for public service. I started at the city. I was desperate for a job, found a job as an administrative assistant, and it has just grown from there. And I just knew this is where I wanted to be. This is where I wanted my career to be. And so I'm happy to serve my community and to be a part of Flagstaff.
Everybody knows.
I'll just-
I figured I would talk to Mike.
I'm gonna be sure I don't appreciate that, Councilmember Garcia. And I appreciate the introductions. It's amazing, a Volkswagen bus you happen to just stop and end up in Flag of all places. Yeah, I was gonna spend I'm from Kansas. I left to go to the East Coast in Virginia, and then went to Massachusetts as an assistant manager. My first city manager job was in a place called Winooski, Vermont, which probably none of you know. You know Burlington, Bernie Sanders, correct?
Right.
Everybody knows Bernie.
Yeah.
Well, Bernie was mayor in the city across from Winooski, Burlington, which is like the socialist capital of the world. Winooski was blue collar. It was a mill town, blue collar, French Canadian, and Irish descent. Interesting community to work for about 4 years. But how we ended up out here is we were having a meeting after the council meeting, and one of our council members had vacationed in, of all places, Sedona. So he pulls out some photographs of Sedona, because I think, I think Arizona's desert, man. I'm looking and going, wow. So next week, we have a national publication that every couple of weeks, jobs around the country advertised. Well, guess what job was advertised? Sedona. So that's how it's a strange story, but that's how I ended up here in Arizona. I'm really thankful. I've been here since about 2014. But I want to start out, Mayor, council members, and council members, I want to give you an award, because you were the first group that I've worked with and period of 13 years consulting that actually completed the survey. All of it. I mean, I told Joanne, I was so pleased. And I told the mayor, we had a conversation with her. You've got a little award here. You can put it up on your wall. I've also got one for you, Councilman.
All.
Yeah, well done. No, seriously.
Bless us, everyone.
Got one for you.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
We don't get many awards in this work.
Yeah, so it's always a good way to start out. So,
Kara says that Joanne needs an award too for prompting us to get it done.
Several times.
She wanted that award.
Yeah. You knew there was an award.
well, I appreciate it, because the more information, the better the discussion that we'll have today. And Jen did a great job teeing this up, because this is the first of 2 workshops. The second workshop, we'll really get in and start talking to you about your expectations as a council, not only for the city manager, but also supporting each one of you. And so we're going to start out this morning with an icebreaker where you'll get a chance to kind of in 15 minutes rotate into, there's 6 of you here, counting correctly? Yeah. Boy, my math is still good. That's a good thing. 6 of you here, and you'll rotate about every 15 minutes. There's a series of questions that I'll go over in a few minutes that you'll be asking each other. After that, I'm going to go through each one of your survey results. First talking about the level 6 survey results, which really looks at where's your priorities? Where do you focus as council? And this is a survey I've done around the country with different councils. So I can give you a good sense of where you're at related to where other councils are at. We'll go from that into your what I call high performance board aspects, and we'll look at the survey results for that. We'll also talk about some of the effective council principles that we'll get a chance to review those and have a dialogue. And then we're going to get into your teamwork, how effective you are as a team in the areas that you're doing really, really well in, and areas that you might, want to take a look at when we start talking about your expectations for each other in the next workshop. Then I'm going to give you you guys, you ever watch movie trailers? The next, any of you have, I'm a Marvel fan, guys. I grew up in Kansas, kind of not that wealthy, pretty dirt poor, I'll put it that way. And we didn't have a lot of, but we had Marvel comics. I could get a comic for 10 cents. And so, big Marvel fan. But so I'm going to give you a little trailer of what the next workshop's going to look like and the components in that workshop. So you can go. So starting out, first I've got to ask if you've got a couple of things. One is you have the survey. You've got the survey? Online? You've got it online? Okay, make sure you have that. And then secondly, I've done a workbook for you. So on page 6 of the workbook is the icebreaker exercise. And what this is strangely enough, always good to start with a story. I was working in a strong mayor form of government. One of the first times I've worked for a strong mayor city, pretty large city. And the mayor wanted an icebreaker exercise for the council. And I was like, no, I am not. First of all, I'm not a game guy. I'm not let's talk and warm and fuzzy and everything. He goes, Mike, he goes, I'm paying you. Most clients aren't like that. He goes, and I go, yes, sir, you are. He goes, do an icebreaker. So I did an icebreaker for him. It went remarkably well. And afterwards, he obviously told me, I told you so. But it was really, the strange thing about it is the council folks were engaging, talking to one another, even though you sat next to a person every other week or every week that you meet, you really don't engage and get to know them. And now I haven't been an elected person, but we have a small condo in San Diego, and I'm on the HOA board. I've been on the board for a decade. I know we have 3 board members. I know one board member's background pretty good. The other board member, who is a great board member, James, I've taken no time to get to know him. I mean, I thought about that this morning. I mean, he just does a lot of heavy lifting for us, and I haven't taken the time to know him. So, so this exercise is a chance for you to get to know each other. The questions are pretty straightforward. There's a series of 4 questions. What makes you comfortable? What do people do to make you comfortable being yourself? If you had 1 extra hour a day, what would you use it for? Who do you admire most and why? And then if I could rid the world of, this one. I thought about this the other day. If I could rid the world of one thing, what would it be and why? So we're going to start. I will time this because we started a little late this morning. I'll give you, maybe I'll do it like I do with my graduate students. Because I always say, guys, I want you to get in teams, and they always are like, right, I go, okay, we'll do it. So 3 here and 3 here to start. questions, clarifications?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious, if we're going to go between a couple of different teams.
Yes, sir.
With the same amount of questions.
Yeah.
Want us to focus on diversifying our answers, so that way we could, learn more about ourselves along the way.
It's up to you, council member. Yeah, it's up to you how you want to handle, how you want to handle it. But the questions are, it's 15 minutes. So, and there's 3 of you. So if you don't get through them all, don't. Thanks, but it's up to you how you want questions, clarifications.
And we have the questions already.
You have them on page 6.
Do you need copies? Do you need us to get copies?
I can make
Yeah,
packets.
there's page 6 of your.
I'd like a paper copy. Which workshop is it?
The second.
Yeah, paper
that's right on
copies.
there.
Oh,
Okay.
I love
I
paper.
got you.
I'm on it. You guys can get through this exercise and then I'll have packets for you.
It's under Joanne Keene.
Okay, so you guys have the questions?
I sent it,
So, ready to start?
Sent it on the 13th. That'll.
Is it? Okay, yes, yes.
Page 6, you said?
Yeah.
Under the icebreaker, Monica? Okay.
First question is, what do people do to make you feel comfortable to be yourself?
Should we get?
You guys are here and then the 3.
Be right on the floor.
There's 3.
Going, dude.
So my dog, was
Right away, I feel a
ear tags.
Colors.
And I named it My Precious.
bond with you.
I got an announcement that My Precious is not with me any longer because she's at doggy camp.
So it says, what do can to make you feel comfortable being yourself?
survey result?
Make me feel comfortable.
It's,
What else do you want?
I've got a copy of both.
No, I can print them.
I-
Okay, cool.
Oftentimes.
Yeah, because I'll be referring to
People.
pages and it's probably a lot easier for them to have a paper.
You're 70. So
All of it.
This is,
compliment me.
yeah, if I'd known this, I would have actually.
First question is, what do people do that makes you feel comfortable
Get
being
around
yourself?
okay and quite active. I There's and roofs.
I
Be out there.
It's with good health. So when people give me that feedback, I feel good.
situation.
And I also tell them,
Smile, and I'm not talking like a
I
fake
got
smile.
some good karma
like a
23
real
years ago when I
smile and
donated a
like-
kidney to a stranger. I was the first
This is
non-directed
a
kidney
tough one.
donor in Arizona.
I'm offering you.
And it was a big deal down at, went to Tucson to do the donation. The first one in the
When I think about it,
undirected
and sometimes
category.
I forget to smile. When I'm stressed
You
out.
put a family
just feel as if we're really.
Okay.
doing something that will-
We have one more minute because Becky needs
Okay,
it.
one more minute. Okay, one more minute.
Okay.
They've asked for one more. So yeah, always good to.
I don't see her that way. I see her as like she wants people to be able to achieve their
I love it.
potentials and she likes to focus on regular people.
Okay.
Right.
Good. That's what we're doing. So, hey, wow, for the soul. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a little discussion about your discussion, and then I'm gonna go through really quickly kind of your results on level 6, and then we'll take about a 10-minute break. So you can take a break, and then we'll get into the rest of it. And so, what do you think? What did you learn?
That was
Interesting.
really good.
Yeah,
That's really good.
yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
What you get to know what you don't know.
They're actually people.
Yeah, they're actually, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They're actually human beings.
What I learned was from one experience, or maybe two actually, is that the exterior that I perceived of someone, there was a reason why I perceived it that way, and it was because of a life experience that they went through. And once you get past that exterior or that first perception, then you get a chance to see who they are. But it wasn't so much about them that I learned this about. It was also internalizing it and realizing that I probably have those same tendencies too. So I need to be cognizant of that when I'm approaching the public or approaching new friends or new situations. And the only thing that the constructive criticism I would have for the process itself is to be able to interact with the entire group. So set aside more time
That's
to make sure that all the bases are covered.
Okay.
Because I feel like I didn't get to know.
We're gonna have a session with the whole group together.
It could be that way.
Time to
or-
rotate.
Yeah, because normally I do 3 rotations.
3 would have been.
Yeah, and now just because it's a morning,
Is this group
yeah.
so much time?
No, I was looking at the morning session, so I will make sure it's 3 in the future. I did it 2 because we've got a lot of ground to cover
Sure.
today, so, but no, that's a great suggestion, Councilmember. Others.
To piggyback off that, Councilmember Garcia, it doesn't mean that we can't ask these questions among one another outside of this.
Let's go have a beer.
Don't talk to me outside of it.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I don't want to talk to you. Yeah, it's just, it's like I said, I'm not this was something that a mayor asked me to do, but I've been in meetings in another city, was in a meeting, your guys are really interact well together. This council had some challenges, but it was interesting at one of after this session, and this is a big guy, I mean, a big councilman, I mean, big. This guy starts crying and goes, I guess that one of the other council members, they had used to be close. And he was like, he didn't know why she had distanced herself until this discussion. And what it was is that they were on a ward system. He had published some things that were pertinent to her ward without clearing that with her. And she got it, and she never told him. And he was like, crying, like, why? I miss our coffees and everything. And she finally, all of it came out in that. So it's just amazing, as you mentioned, Councilmember Garcia, is of being able to, you're all human beings, just to talk, say, hey, I was kind of like hurt by this, and being open and honest. So what I want to do now is talk to you about level 6. And that's why I know, thank you, City Clerk. We've actually given you paper copies.
Yes.
And you got paper copies. Good. Paper's good. I trust these things, computers, but it's always good to have paper. So a little story behind level 6. I was in a city, we were doing a strategic planning process with the council. Usually it's a 2 to 3 month process. We surveyed the council. Everybody was on board. We thought we get to the meeting, sitting there with the city manager, the mayor, and we opened the meeting like we did today. And one council member goes, he says, he looked like you, Ozzy. He was like, why are we here? He goes, why are we here today? And I'm waiting for the mayor or the city manager to go, say something, because I'm just here to help you. I'm a consultant. You know what I mean? They both kind of look at me. They look at me like Mike. And I'm going, and it's like, I'll tell you, I do pray, and this is not me. This is a God thing. So on that board, on a flip chart, I drew out a diagram. And in that flip chart, I started with the bottom part of the flip chart. I said, how many of you, it's important, day-to-day operations are important for the city. Absolutely, they're important. Everybody goes, yeah. And I said, secondly, you guys love to respond to constituents, don't you? Oh, we love to respond to constituents. Bread and butter. I said, third, and your council meetings are really important. You want to make sure they're run effectively and everything else. Absolutely. And I said, if you adopt a strategic plan, all of those levels, 1 to 3, will be improved. Every level that those functions will be improved. So he said, that's why we're here. I said, absolutely, because a strategic plan will help you improve day-to-day operations. It's definitely going to help you improve your work and response to constituents. And it's going to make your meetings a heck of a lot more effective because you're on priorities. And so that's how level 6 came about. Now, level 6, why it's important is that whatever level you're at, your focus is on, and we'll get to the survey results in a minute. if you're focused strictly on day-to-day operations, guess where the staff is gonna, where you shouldn't be, because that's the job of the manager. Where are they gonna focus their attention? That's all they're gonna focus their attention on. If you're focused on constituents, that's all they're gonna focus. Most cities are only at levels 3 through 1. Very few, some have, clients I've had get into the strategic plan, which I know is something that and then level 5 is the governance expectations. Now, the great thing about you guys is you're gonna go to level 5 with governance expectations. You're also gonna come back and do the strategic plan. So you'll be at level 5 governance. So let's look at your survey results. Page 1. Page 1 of this. It's a little colorful document. You didn't get it.
That's one of these.
Oh,
You didn't get it.
there should be. Right here.
Page 1.
Behind my computer.
Here's a little colorful chart. And so how do you read these? Your highest scores were implementing the strategic plan for the city was 3.86. Routine governance was 4. Your lowest score, which is good that it's the lowest score, is 1.71, which is focusing on day-to-day operations. That's the role of city manager. And 3.14, responding to residents' concerns is also good. Now, I'm going to tell you, this is, guys, sorry, Mayor and Council, I shouldn't call you guys. Yeah, that's not proper.
Y'all.
No.
Y'all would probably be better.
Y'all. It's, you know, we were trained in graduate school to, Mayor and Council, this is typical. Your responses are really typical of other cities. Now, the key thing that I focus on is making sure that 1.71 isn't higher. If your score was higher in that area, you're really, it's like, wait, what do you have a city manager for? But I can tell you that and fortunately, knock on wood, the folks I've worked with, even in organizations that have major challenges with council relations, which I can tell you, and we get into the survey later this morning, you guys still have that, they still don't realize that, well, we've got, the professional staff to run things, even if we have problems among ourselves. So really good. So I'm gonna pause and just say, what do you guys, any discussion on that? The results are good. It's exactly where you need to be. But I want to make sure that I didn't go through too quick in that explanation of the sort of hierarchy. And yes, sir.
Just one part. I didn't understand what the columns were, the 1 through 5. I didn't know if that meant that only 5 council members did this, or is this the 5 questions?
No, that is the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's essentially the results of each of it's how SurveyMonkey tabulates them, sir.
Okay, sounds
Yeah,
good.
and trust me, I'm not a statistician, so I just trust the monkey.
You answered 1 through 5, right?
You answered 1 through 5, ranking them. So what you did is
Total is
Yeah.
7 there?
Yeah.
So 4 people answered with a
Yeah.
4. person
I
answered with
got
a
you.
five.
you answered, because I know that the manager asked me, and I had to send out a clarification on that. I apologize for the survey, but it is you rank, you have to push a button and this moves me up 1 and then you keep ranking. It's kind of not intuitive. In fact, because of what happened on your survey, I actually now put in additional instructions. Won't happen again. Yes, ma'am.
So I was just gonna comment on the survey. And I thought this was a good exercise because there are different structures in different towns and cities. We are a council manager structure. And it's important. And, my career was in corporate, so I get this, this is just like, oh yeah, of course. But it's good to recognize our role in city manager. We don't, to go around and start telling staff what to do and stuff is overstepping what we've hired our city manager to do. We have 3 direct reports, right? The judge, Sterling, and city manager. But having said that, we've recognized that we need a strategic plan. And so being involved, at least for me, in setting that is important. And then the implementation will come from the city manager. Continuous organizational improvement, again, that, you know, that those lines can kind of get blurred. It has to come from our city manager, but we would give input. So I struggled a little bit on, well, it's weighted important to me. But, and I wanted to give it that weight, but not necessarily that as council, we are going to, I mean, we will give suggestions and direction, but the implementation is where we're going to improve organizational structure. And so that was kind of like, I struggled a little bit when answering because I was keeping in mind the division of responsibility. And we have a responsibility to give direction and to our city manager, but then we have to then give it up to her to implement it. And if she doesn't, then that's another conversation, right? So I just wanted to just put that out there because I had that conversation with the city manager to say, you know, I kind of struggle because I didn't want it to sound like we're in charge of implementation of any of this. We're setting policy and direction.
And you know, and Councilmember Matthews, that is a great segue because and one of the things with level 6 is you're really looking at what outcomes do you want as a council? Like a strategic plan is, you know, will provide a lot of outcomes but the actual means of getting that done will be implemented through the staff and councils. And the great thing about this is that your guys' rating on your council meetings were a little bit higher than others. You know, some organizations will actually put a little bit more into, not that they're telling the manager what to do, but they're focused on, there was a community that I was working with that is, you know, they're a very high functioning community up in Colorado and they're focused there, but it's been in their DNA to be focused on continuous improvement. That's a council, part of the mission and part of that. But it's at the outcome level, not the actual means level. Other things, discussions on this. So you guys are doing, I didn't see anything unusual here. It's kind of like going to your doctor. I'm sorry, doctor. You know, my doctor's the Jamaican guy, man. I love him, you know. Yeah, I remember when Bolt won the, you know, oh man, Mike, come on, did you see Bolt? You know, but he's really brilliant. But every time he comes out with those tests, I'm like, oh my God, where, you know, it's kind of like, where am I doing okay? You know, I just like, where do I need to improve? Because everything, you know, then I get kind of like this. You guys are doing good in this area. So I just, you know, I was happy with those results and it shows a lot. So what I want to move to now is this concept of there's different components to a high performance board. I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago, I wrote an article on all the boards I've worked with around the country and what were some of the elements that make the difference between boards that function well and boards that don't. And none of these will be surprising to you when you see them. You know, first is teamwork, and we're going to drill down a little bit into your teamwork, you know, later today. You've got to, your team. I mean, yeah, you gotta work together. You've got to, and on your survey results, you'll see that one of the great things is none of your results were dissimilar to other boards that I've worked with that are very high functioning, except for some of your guys' results are good. I'll go into some areas I think that you might want to focus on in the future, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. The other is your expectations for the executive. The board, you've identified key expectations for your city manager. And I've surveyed on that and I'll go over that in just a minute, you know, on that. But when we get into the second workshop, you're going to have an opportunity to have some really, really clear expectations for how what you expect from the city manager in the future. The next area is your strategic focus. So it's not just teamwork. It's not just your expectations for the manager, but it's also strategically, what are you focused on? Are you focused on the future? A beautiful thing that a guy named Peterson Gay says is that, and I'll talk about this when we get into, if you have our firm do strategic planning for you. How many of you have whiteboards? Whiteboards? No, maybe old, but you have do lists. How many of you just have the do list? Or, things I'm gonna do? Okay, if you look at that list, okay, how much of it's strategic versus just day-to-day stuff? Most of it's day-to-day. I mean, I had to wipe off my wife. I have all this stuff I need to be doing that's more thinking as opposed to just doing stuff, at school or for my clients with consulting. But I got all this other stuff I wanted. I never get to it. And he calls that the paradox of the routine. That we think we're so busy doing day-to-day stuff that we don't have a chance to, what he calls, look over the horizon and manage the horizon. So being strategic is really, really important. And then finally, evaluating yourself as a board. I mean, this is one of the things that we'll talk about at the second workshop, is that every single year, when you evaluate your city manager, look at your relationship as a board. How are you functioning at the level? Because you will approve specific expectations for yourself to support the manager and to support your guys, each other. And so every year looking at that is really, really important. So let's look at the survey results, starting on page 2 of this. And then we're going to take a break, guys, after the discussion, okay? I know you need a break. From me, probably. Okay. Are the roles and expectations of the board and manager clearly defined? That's 7-0 on that. That's on page 2. Page 3. Do you feel the board has a shared understanding of what is expected from the manager in terms of leadership? 6-1. Very, very good. I'll talk about this in a few minutes. There are clear and agreed upon guidelines for how the board supports the city manager in the role. Okay. Getting a little interesting there. 3-4. Some of you feel there aren't. When we move into the governance relations system, if I survey this in another year or 2 years, it'll be 7-0. Because you will know what you need to do to support the manager. This result's not surprising for folks that haven't done the expectations that we're going to be talking about later this afternoon. Has the board and manager collaboratively developed a strategic plan? Well, like you guys need a strategic plan. I see one yes, and I see a lot of no's. Is the current evaluation process effective? And again, it's a kind of a split. 4-3. Finally, does the board conduct an annual review of its performance and make adjustments as needed? No. Now, I'm going to tell you, there's a few clients that I have been able to convince that they need to review their own performance every year. And some are, even though they do, they've got a strategic plan, they do the GRS. I mean, they are functioning, they're firing on all cylinders. There's just this reluctance to sit down and say, how are we doing? I mean, so to me, that's really important because it's like a full cycle. You're not only evaluating, because we'll work on, as part of the GRS, I'm contracted to do an evaluation piece for the manager. It's really, really cool, guys. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit, I am a nerd, a little. You guys, huh? Are you in
Marvel Comics?
Yeah, not Marvel Comics. How many of you? Yeah, I grew up, you guys probably encyclopedias.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, I said we were dirt poor, but my dad, they really valued education. So I read through I read every encyclopedia. That was that's tells you a little bit about me. Not good. I have problems. But in any case, I'm working on it.
no, you don't say not good. That's great.
That's great. Yeah, well, I haven't.
So no, I'm not the only one.
Yeah, you're not the only one. Good. I love information. So let's talk about the results. Not surprising, guys. Nothing in there is surprising based on, you know, the great thing about all of you filling out the survey is I got to know a lot about, not who each of you individually, but collectively. So let's have a little discussion, then we'll take a 10-minute break. Any surprises for you there? Ma'am?
I just had an observation that back on just the summary of the answers we should focus on, there were, one topic focusing on day-to-day operation. There was a couple that still ranked it not, at zero, but, of some importance. And yet on question 3, do we feel the board has a shared understanding of what is expects from the manager in terms of leadership? So the manager, focuses on the day-to-day operation.
Yes, ma'am.
So for some of us to feel that part of our job is day-to-day operations, then we don't really understand what the manager's role is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And yeah, I'm gonna, it's always kind of, it's one thing that if you're, I know this, and it's pretty hard when you have to rank these. But I think and I'll just use myself as an example, as an HOA board member, even though we have a manager, I still sometimes find myself slipping, and I'm a consultant, slipping into stuff I shouldn't be. You know what I mean? And it's not because I don't trust manager or I don't think that they're competent. It's kind of like that's something I like focusing on that. And so the question becomes if you're as a council, and that's why I ask, is if your whole focus is my priorities, day-to-day operations, and to second guess the manager on those days, then you got a problem. I mean, which I've had, yeah, then it's a problem. But for some folks that may just, and that's just like you said, Councilman Matthews, is you're with continuous improvement with your background. I can see you struggling with that. Not that I know you well. But you're looking at saying, oh, I should be looking at continuous improvement versus this. So I just know that having a score that low collectively is good.
So, speaking on that same point, I think it helped me reflect on dialogue at the dais. So my messaging, I think, watching back on it and thinking about it, is often goes directly into the weeds because of where I came from as a public participant for so many years. I really admired and looked up to the folks that could speak to my level of understanding. So I often feel like I'm speaking to the old me in the audience to get more people involved, excited about what we're doing and understand where we're going. But yet often my message to staff is so in the weeds that it kind of diverts from the purpose. So instead of giving them quality instruction, I am really just trying to make it relatable for those who may be listening for the first time or once. I don't want to keep their engaged. I want to keep the community engagement in there. So that helped me with that point. Look deeper into myself and see how I can stay out of the weeds more and become more of an actual leader as opposed to somebody who influences folks that might need the push to understand better. With question 4, though, I thought that, are there clear and agreed upon guidelines for how the board supports the manager's role? I thought that was most interesting in the split vote, mainly because of my interactions when I first got on council, not having a city manager come to me and say, hey, it would help me if you told me what you wanted outside of the council meetings. and things of that nature. And and that's why, I feel like other people might have had other reasons why they voted the same way I did on this one, but I thought since it was a split vote, it was the most interesting one to talk about.
And that, great points, Councilmember. It's, the thing is that, and what this survey shows, it's, when I mentioned earlier, I can guarantee you, once we put the governance relations system in, if I resurvey this in a year, all of these will be different. Everything will change. When we get in later this morning, I'll tell you the genesis of that whole, the whole system. But the one thing that is, like I said, this was not surprising to me, but I want to make sure there's points. And I've worked with council members that in fact, one of them loved getting in the weeds. I mean, it was like, oh my God, his name was Maury. And it was like every meeting, Maury was like, pencil. He was an accountant by he's a private sector, worked for one of the major companies, and he always wanted to get, but I appreciated that. And eventually we were able, he wanted me to submit a line item budget. And I come on, man, like, no, let's figure out. So I would give him a line, but then I gave him a summary budget, like you guys, I'm sure have that, most of the other council didn't want to get into line items. And over 2 years, Maury said, oh, I don't need these line items. So we got trust. Long story short, Maury moved out. He has actually moved to Tucson. He and I, after he got off the council, I was out here, became really good friends. In fact, really good friends. It happens where people, you get it, like you mentioned, Councilman Marcy, you're in the weeds, but then you realize, hey, these folks know what they're doing. Great thing is, we're going to talk this afternoon about how you set your, there's a whole policy model. I love this thing. Because constituents are thinking, let's get real. How many people wake up in the morning and think about what's government doing, here in Flagstaff for me today? They just want to make sure police respond, and your guy, they trust you. And so this is a way with the policy model and the stuff you do to kind of get them to, to think a little bit higher and help you explain what your policies and what they're addressing. We'll talk about that later. So I want to give you a break. Any other points on this? And then I'm gonna give you a break. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
With my experience on a committee that I was on for several years, I can't remember now, I think 7 or 8 years. So at the time, we were talking about being in the weeds.
Yeah.
And that committee at that time, between 2016 and 2019, basically ran the show. They told staff, we talk about line items, this is our line item, this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing. And staff kind of went along with it, even though a lot of times, a lot of projects that we're seeing coming out now, they were against. So if we would have left it up to staff, now we might not have them now. We don't know what that looks like, but there was always caution. Oh, we can't do that. We can't do that. And the committee was like, yes, we can, and we're going to. And now we're benefiting from it. So I think that there has to be a balance between the weeds and not the weeds, because without us being so strong during those years, there's literally major projects that are happening today that may or may not have happened because they tried to divert us constantly because of their best interest. And at the time, they were right as a staff. It wasn't in the best interest at that moment, but we were seeing the future.
And that's a great thing. Great segue before a break. That's the great thing about strategic planning, because what you're going to do, Councilmember Garcia, Mayor, other council members, is that with the strategic, you're all on the same sheet of paper for the priorities of the city. You still day-to-day things, your normal liquor, whatever you have to approve, building permits, things like that will happen. But the big stuff you'll agree with, and but the staff will be responsible for implementing it. And it's a co-created document, not only of what ideas come from staff, but also what you want to see, and ultimately your capacity for staff to do the work. So it's a beautiful thing when it's running. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to add a complementary and conflicting. statement. And that is what I have seen with city staff over the years. And I think it also comes from council. I think that we've had councils that, like I think sometimes staff hasn't been empowered to be strategic and to have confidence that they're going to have a council that supports what they're doing. And so there's been some hesitancy. And the biggest thing I think about is housing. And we have had councils, or not entire councils, but members of council who didn't think the city should even have a housing section, department, division, you know, whatever it was at different times. And I think that boxes staff in trying to figure out what it is that council wants. And also we had interim city managers for so long, right? So it's difficult to have that continuity and that strategic planning. So I think like it's good that it worked out. I'd love to see the city, you know, have that clarity of leadership where, and I'd like to see people running for council that aren't there to tear things down, but are there because they believe in the bedrock premise. And there may be things that can be done better, and they'd like to see changes, but not so. I mean, I just saw the city swing so much with, we're focused on housing. No, we're not focused on housing. We're focused on this. No, we're not focused on this. And so I think that that's where a strategic plan can be so helpful. And also where staff can have that confidence to know you're going to always have a council that, even if they want to tweak things, is going to be, unless you're way off base, it's going to be supportive of the general direction.
Please.
And just also kind of what Councilmember Garcia said and others. I self-identify as the down in the weeds. Member. Yes. Yeah, I know, it's a shock. And not just my personality being in finance and that stuff, right? But I feel the weight of the responsibility of being the policymaker. And of course, staff's job is to present to us information to get the outcome that they need and want. Not, you know, but there needs to be that balance, right? And so on the dais is the good time to speak to them about what we support and what we're troubled with, what we like and what we don't like. And some of the division heads, you know, maybe getting a better understanding so we're not making a one-sided decision. But I always carry the weight of the unintended consequence, because we're not zoning experts. We're not street, you know, engineering experts. So we get the snapshot of somebody that needs an answer or think they want the answer that, you know, they're presenting to us. And it's our responsibility to ask the questions until we get that understanding, because our decisions will impact the future of our city.
Absolutely.
Now and in the future. And so I proudly stand on the down in the weeds. I try not to get too far down the weeds unless there's something that makes me pause and like, well, this doesn't make sense. And I always, you know, a lot of it goes back to the numbers, like this math isn't working. Why are we, you know, why are you saying this? So, but being the policymakers and being the least expert in these areas that are so critical to our city, it is a burden that I think we all, you know, should take, and we all do, I think for the most part, take seriously, because we're making decisions and we didn't go to school for that, you know? So,
There's no council members. I was thinking the same thing and she said it. We've been known to be on the same wavelength. It needs to be a council members.
Yeah, Councilmember School, right? Yeah.
Well, that's why it's important to have a leader who is hiring and leading staff that understand the role of the council and understand why council needs all of the information to be able to make, so not just presented what, and I am not saying that staff does this, but not just presented information that staff wants us to have, but presented with all of the facets of a decision so that we can feel confident that we are making the best decision. And for me, that comes down to trust in staff. And that's built over time. And it's built, I mean, that's why the city manager role is so crucial, because you need to have someone who you trust to hire the best staff to help us make the best decisions that we can. Because we don't know what we don't know, right? And if we're not presented with that information, we don't maybe even know that there's an alternative that we could be examining.
And we shouldn't rubber stamp everything, because then why are we here? Like, okay, you want this? Yes. Okay, yes. Okay, yes. Like, we're supposed to question.
So to bring this full circle to my point, because I feel like I left a little bit on the outside of it, is this is great, what you all just said. During that time, there was a serious transition where there was like a person that was sharing a role to be that staff person. And then there was like inconsistencies on finding the right person. So luckily we had a committee that was bold enough and strong enough and intuitive enough and educated enough to make those decisions at that time as almost like a staff fill-in. Because I didn't want it to seem like there was staff or the city wasn't doing their job. It was just at a transition point, and sometimes that happens. You talked about the interim managers. Sometimes we have to go through that, and we rely on others that are in the room to help make decisions.
Two things, then we'll take a break. I mean, two great comments. I want to start with your comments first, Mayor. If we were down the road and let's say 5 years, 6 years, you have new council members coming in, you're going to have a strategic plan document, which is a playbook. Here's what we're working on. We have communities that have had these plans in place for a decade. I mean, you see where I'm going? They just keep cycling them through. And that's the playbook for the council. The other thing is your GRS. This is how we relate to each other and how we relate to our manager. Those two documents are legacy documents that you all as a council will develop now. You'll plant the flag on those, and it changes everything for the future. I believe that the council, that's where I think we need to talk about between what you mentioned, Councilmember Matthews, between I want the council to see the same thing I see. So information, you have to give enough information for that light bulb to go off, knowledge. And then when you have the information enough, then you can make an informed action. So the question is, are you in the weeds trying to get to the point where you have knowledge? No, I don't believe that. But at some point, when you cross over into how are we going to implement this, and you get into what I call the oh my God, the sky's going to fall. And let's get it on the road and get it implemented. Let's make sure we address your questions on getting there. But you can always cycle back during the implementation to evaluate, which you'll see when we get into this policy model. It should be evaluated. Everything should be evaluated every year. How are we doing? Okay, guys, this is. It's wonderful. I wish I had you.
Are we the best?
You are.
Best.
I'm enjoying it this morning, even though I was like, here, like this getting here. So let's take 10 minutes. Let's take 10:49. Let's come back. And then we're going to get into talking about your some of the board efficiency.
Mike,
And then
what
we're
time
going
are
to
we
teamwork.
returning?
Huh?
What time are we returning?
Oh, sorry, 10:50.
10:50, 10 minutes.
12 seconds.
Yeah, please, 10,
12.
yeah. 10 minutes, folks, please. we're gonna talk quickly about just board effectiveness, and then we're gonna get into your survey on your teamwork with each other, which is pretty cool. We'll go through that, but I want to talk a little, and some of this came up in discussion. Oops, council effectiveness. So let's look at that. As first of all, talking about the role of the council. First of all, council governs on behalf of the community. You were all elected as representatives of the community to represent the community. Establish policy direction, staff, some of these things you already know. You define strategic outcomes and why they matter. And that's where I kept talking about the outcomes. It's good to say, here's the outcome we want. Just give me an example. Every city I've worked in, not code, I don't know what it is. It's like code enforcement. It's like, we want a certain number of days. Like you can't say, this is how you're going to do code enforcement. You say, well, yeah, we'd like within 72 hours, all code, violations would be to be addressed or something like that as an outcome. Evaluate organizational performance to look at how the organization, and that's sometimes pretty hard for the councils to determine that. But I think when you start doing this governance relation system will really move. So let's talk about the council as a voice of the community. So your residents, and I know some of you, even in your council descriptions online, talking about the community of Flagstaff and the value and you especially, Councilmember Garcia, representing the people and the value of those people. That's really, really important. I mean, a lot of folks we are so lucky. I mean, yeah, we have challenges in this country. But we are so lucky that people, you and others, step up on the councils to make a difference as opposed to just breathing air. And then, yeah, it's wonderful living here, but you actually take your time to matter. So that voice is ensure financial sustainability. We may be working with the community in Georgia. It was a strong mayor form of government. The council wasn't keeping an eye on their finances. They had $1 million embezzled. Now they changed the form of government to city manager. But that was one of the, we're talking, they're going to probably be hiring us in another couple of months to work with them on something not related to the financial side, more related to their organizational effectiveness, but just incredible because the council wasn't paying attention. That doesn't mean you're in the weeds, but they weren't paying attention to.
I could look this up for myself, but I've wondered this on the strong mayor, council, management. I mean, like, Gwen has a resume that shows us that she has the skills and the qualifications and the training to do her job. So is that required when you're running for as mayor?
No.
To write checks? So that's where you see all the
No.
shenanigans going on in these.
It's not, but now a lot of strong mayors, like the strong mayor that I talked to you about in the St. Louis area, that strong mayor had one of us. He had an MPA, and in fact, someone I've known for 20 years as his administrator. But some of them, it's just all this guy in Alabama he just appointed political folks. And that's where you got it. So, I just wanted to say it's really important. Set policies reflecting long-term vision, which is your strategic plan you'll be doing, and protect the assets of the city. Protect those assets for current and future generations. So let's talk about, how many of you have heard of Simon Sinek? Why, the book Why? I mean, it's a great, really simple book, but kind of great thing. He goes, and he starts out with some very simple things. Most of us know what we do. We know how we do it, but we don't know why. We ask ourselves why, it's not a question that is often asked. Why are we doing it? And this is especially true with us in the governing, within part of the governing processes, our governing purpose. And, when you mentioned, remember Garcia, and I hope I didn't hear you wrong, but you go, we're talking, and I feel like, you have folks where there's a particular issue on the council's agenda, but you want to make sure that there's clear understanding of that issue with the constituents you represent. So that by charter, we know what our purpose is, but we really don't have the tools to really define. I'm going to talk to you about a tool that I developed that I think is kind of cool, that helps you kind of define a little bit more about why you're taking certain action. The what is the action of the council, and how is the results that you will ultimately get. So this is the policy model, and I can't remember what year. Maybe it's on there. No, can't remember. In any case, I've always struggled with how do we know as a city or a council or staff that what we're formulating is going to be effective? What are the points that or touch points that we look at to make sure that our policies are effective? So, like I said, I'm a little bit of a nerd. So every Sunday, when I had a real job, besides being a consultant, I just would read. I just block out after church. All I did would read, and I look at everything, or I would think and I would write. And I wrote an article on this called Strategic Policy Model, and it's really pretty simple. I looked at my experience and said, what do you rely on to set good policy as a council? Well, first thing is, and I think I sent you guys an article. I'm sure you didn't read it. I think it's a nice article.
Sure, some of them.
Yeah, but maybe you didn't read it. So the first thing is it a best practice? Is what we're doing a best practice? And why that's really important? Hey, I'll tell you, it's like in Sedona, when we implemented purchasing cards, this was back in the 96, 97, there's one city in the state that had a stellar record for that, and that was the city of Tempe. So what did we do? We went down there, saw how they did it, and we, slowly brought the council along, but we went with their best practice on implementing. I did not want to just, we're just going to do this. So best practice is a really good thing to look at. The second thing is what I call compass. Like you guys have it's a community plan or general plan, right? You have an economic development plan. You have all these other plans. So the question is whatever your policy is it consistent with those plans? Is it a best practice? Is it consistent with your compass plans or the things that guide you? The other thing is just an opportunity. Not only is it a best practice, it's consistent with your, a plan that you have, but it's one heck of an opportunity. I'll give you this was so beautiful. I'm sorry, it was a beautiful thing. So I'm down in Tucson, right? I mean, we're right in the middle of a recession. As I was telling, I was only manager for 2 years. I was a deputy. I was the operating guy. My background is finance, budget, and all the good stuff. I was a chief operating officer for 9 years. One manager forced out. The next guy I worked for, they fired him. I was ready to retire. We hit the recession. We lost $80 million overnight, gone, in a $400 million general fund. But I stayed to work through it. But one of the things we looked at was not just fixing the financial issues, but what about rebuilding the city in the future? Because we had a strategic plan that the council had all approved. So an opportunity, I would meet every week for breakfast with the president of the university and talk with him about why don't you build dorms downtown Tucson, build them in Tucson, and have the private sector build them instead of you debt financing them on, at the university, because their debt, they were close to their debt limit. Have the privates, we've never done that before, massage, more breakfast. Eventually they got it. And I said, we put in a streetcar so all of the students would be connected. And now Tucson, we have that. And that was an opportunity that allowed for our downtown and all of the redevelopment to occur. That was a good policy. It was also tied to our strategic plan, and it was a best practice because I told them, go to this university. They're doing it everywhere in the country. Why not here? We're so far behind. In any case, about that. The other thing is it could be political. It could just be a political reason that you're doing it. Now, if it's political, but it doesn't have some of these other touch points, you have to ask yourself, why are we doing it? The next thing is your core business. That's where it's a purchasing policy, it's a HR, it's something to improve your internal operations. And that is good if it's, you know, if it's a best practice, if it's an opportunity, if it's tied to something you're ultimate. And that's kind of a, just a model. We're going to circle back to that in just a minute, but I want to talk to you about, so what do we need? A lot of times we forget about what we need to do as a city. And I know you guys don't think this is priority-based budgeting, because I know you guys are into that. And I think you're gonna
Looking, yeah, we're
move
looking at other options, yes.
it aside. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of priority-based budgeting. Thank you, but is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So, but I am a big
I'll
fan
say
of,
it really loud.
when I teach my graduate students, I will tell you later, because I don't want to deviate. So what do we need to do? Well, you guys, this list is not surprising you. There are certain things that we need to do as a city. That is what your wheelhouse is. That's why they elected you. I mean, the person walking on the street, this thing's they want. And you have got to make sure these basic services. Now, there's some wants that they, you know, the parks, the enhancements, you guys, that's really, really important for the community quality of life. You've got to make sure that those are done well. Where it gets a little outside of it is where sometimes we're swept up into things that are outside of the wheelhouse that can also move to like a national or state level where it becomes more political. And that's why I come back, you know, that why. And it's kind of like how can I describe it? I worked for a mayor once that was like, actually he was in Sedona, and he goes, my God, you're just so, you don't, I like, you know, you're good and all this stuff, but man, we got to move quicker. We got to get things done, you know, a lot faster. I said, Mayor, I have an aversion to body bags. You know, I mean, let's bring people along and make sure but the thing is that sometimes we get outside of our wheelhouse. We get into these things that are more political. And then the question becomes, you know, we're creating an issue where there's not an issue. I mean, you know, if you look at every constituent, now I could be totally wrong on this, guys. And I trust me, I've worked for councils as an assistant, a deputy manager, as a city manager, where they've gotten involved in, you know, an issue. And it's like, you're going to divide the community. I mean, if I say, I am horrified at what's happening in Gaza, but if I go and then there's a segment of the community you alienate, because that's, you know, it's like, okay, but I'm on the other side of the equation. And then the ultimate thing in that becomes, how does that fit into your wheelhouse of the things that you're trying to do as a governing board? It doesn't mean you can't deviate from that, but when I worked in Amherst, Massachusetts for 7 years as a deputy manager. It's the most liberal city on the planet, this planet. If you've never been to Amherst, I mean, oh man. We used to have town meeting form of government. They now have a city manager form, but I'm telling you, they are super liberal. And we got involved in everything. I mean, stuff that was totally you know, I was just the assistant, but instead of, you know, that we're national or international, as opposed to, man, we've got tons of other stuff to do. At City Hall, like I was telling Joanne, I was in charge, one of my jobs as the assistant manager was maintenance. And we had the roof of our City Hall was leaking, and we're up here talking about, you know, something to do with, you know, we're not gonna, you know, free Palestine or something. I don't know, whatever. But so ask yourself, why? What's the purpose of the government? What actions should I take as a council? So
Mike, can I ask a follow-up question on that?
sure, that's the
How do
purpose.
you, and probably how as a manager did you handle that? I mean, as far as not having the council become the forum for those kind of national state issues that aren't.
Yeah, well, you know, I was more of the assistant then, but I think the big thing becomes, and I know it's really hard because you've got strong elements in the community, they're pushing that, but when you pass a resolution, guys, you support something, it reflects all of you and it becomes, if I'm sitting there as a citizen, I'm going, no, well, that's a priority. That's a priority of the council. So, the real thing becomes, and what action can you take? Other than the action that you're supporting the item, you can't do any, I mean, it brings me to my knees what's happening around everywhere. I mean, I'm serious, guys. It brings me to my knees, but, my wife goes, well, write something on it or do a letter to the editor or something. And I go, why? I mean, I'm not going to move the needle. I'm too old to run for elected office. Plus I'm not smart enough. So, huh?
Yes.
I just wanted to get a compliment. That's what my wife says when I hammer myself. Just want to, so it's just, all I'm saying is you can't do anything about it. First of all, you're going to alienate the community. This is what I would tell them. You're going to alienate. We never had, even with all the stuff that I had going on, well, in Tucson, and we've never had those, like an issue come up where council was going to pass a resolution on something, at least in the 2 years I was there, because we were dealing with money. When you got a problem like money, everything focuses on getting it fixed as quickly as possible. But you can't affect it. You're going to alienate the community, and you're going to make certain segment maybe okay, but every action you take is going to alienate somebody. And why do that? And the other thing is, whenever you ever, I could be totally wrong in this. I'm running for re-election, which is important. Somebody's going to bring up, well, you didn't support this resolution, and that's going to cause me to lose the election. I mean, I've never seen, guys, it never happened in 35 years, even in Amherst, people that didn't support certain things. I mean, you got to look at that. It's not going to affect my election. We don't have any control over it. And the third thing is, it's on in our wheelhouse. I mean, it's going to upset some segments of the community. Why do it? Okay. I don't know if I answered that, but okay. So let's talk about that. Guys, that's just a kind of overview. So want to move into your teamwork, or you have some questions on this? Yes, sir.
Oh, I want to move forward.
Yeah, that's what I figured, because we are getting close. So I surveyed you, and I'm going to take you through, thank you. I'm going to take you through each one of these survey components. A guy, Patrick Lencioni, wrote a book on 5 dysfunctions of a team. I hate to use that term. It's really about teamwork. Now, this is based on the private sector. Most of he's consulted with his experiences with private sector boards. But what he talks about is different levels. That if you don't have, if there's not trust, and that's trust where you feel you're able, like you were all in that session we had this morning, talking with each other, feeling vulnerable about, maybe you don't know this about me. If you don't have that trust or vulnerability, then it's hard when you move to the conflict to actually have conflict, and to be able to have a dialogue and resolve issues. And then if you don't have conflict, then you're not committed. If you're not committed, then there's no accountability. And if there's no accountability, then you don't get results. And so what I want to do is talk first of all about the scoring. If it's above 4, it's incredible. It's a high. 3 to 3.99 is good. Anything in the 3s is good. Anything below 3, you may want to take a look at. So and that's in your PowerPoint. You may want to keep. So as I go through this quickly, we'll know what the scoring is. Okay, so the first area we looked at was trust. And if you trust one another, you're willing to be vulnerable, conceal if you don't trust, excuse me, if you don't trust one another, absence, you are not willing to be vulnerable, you conceal your mistakes, hesitant to provide constructive feedback, jump to conclusion, fail to recognize, tap into one another's skills, and you engage in underground conversations. And what that means is instead of, talking among your, as a group, it's all maybe 2 or 3 peeling off and talking about it.
We never do
We're
that.
not as
We're
a,
not allowed
We
to.
don't
yeah,
do
common ground.
that.
yeah, of
Ever.
course you do, of course. Whatever that. If
When
you
you heat
do,
up your blood pressure.
if you do have, yeah, you gotta do, within the, make sure you, open meeting law, no violations there. Admit your weakness if you trust mistakes, you ask for help, give each other, benefit of the doubt, approach each other's skills and expertise, accepting apologies, and you engage in common ground. You, like discussions you had today. Now, with your guys, it's hard because of open meeting law, but you can still meet with, there's nothing against coffee as long as there's not a quorum of you meeting. So let's look at your survey results on trust. If you go to pages 21 and 22 of the survey. You can see the council admits their mistakes, 21. You were about 2.57. Guys, this is not unusual. Don't, oh my, yeah. That's not unusual.
And is that the council as a whole, like, hey, community, we made a mistake? Or is it, hey, Miranda, I made a mistake, I'm sorry?
Yes, it's more on, yes, I made a mistake or.
Okay.
Yeah, because you guys, when we get to your results, you'll see that you're really doing well. I mean, yeah. And then as council's willing to ask each other for help when required, you're at about a 3.14. So that is good. So I want to get you out of here by 12, so I'm gonna pause there for a minute. I mean, I'm gonna tell you that there is, and as I said to you in the workbook, this is like, your guys, in my opinion, are very high functioning council. The only reason that you want to look at these points is that when we get into the second workshop, is there ways that we can improve our numbers here? Are there ways that we can, working effectively with each other, to do it? So I'm going to pause and say, any questions on the trust piece? I mean, in one area you're doing good. I think it's just a matter of, it's hard for us to admit we're wrong. Yes, sir.
So how much would you equate this to, or do you have experience in speaking to, like personal ego? Or, I mean, that's what this statement makes me kind of think about.
Yeah.
We're not even able to admit to ourselves that we're not good enough or admit to others.
Yeah, I think you're right, council member. It's boom.
If I did.
Yeah, it's something that I work on humility, and being able, authenticity and being able to do that, because I have a real problem. That I have to work on that. Because we all give ourselves false narratives. Seriously, guys, let's get real. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question, a curiosity question. Speaking of open meeting laws, Sterling, like he has a tracker on us.
He does?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Must.
We have
No,
chips.
it's hard to have a dialogue on the dais, right? I mean, a real back and forth and just like sharing our ideas. One, it's in the public and it's being filmed and stuff for all the right reasons. But it's really hard to like share your perspective and maybe information that in a comfortable level that then can help, come up with a better decision and say, oh, I didn't like Austin may, share something that's like, oh, I'd never realized that, or I didn't know that aspect of it. And sometimes we say it on the dais, but sometimes we don't because it's all very structured. So how does other councils get around that? Do we just break the law or?
There's, you know, it's interesting. I'm actually gonna, and I'm I bow to us, excuse me, Councilmember Aslan, because books, you write books. So this last year, I wrote my first, you know, I've been consulting for what, 14 years, consulting, but there's a tool that I've used that actually encourages more, I call it wire. That's really cool. That encourages that kind of open discussion, because none of us want to, I don't want to, I mean, I've never had a problem when I don't understand it, because I love knowledge. I love knowing what I'm doing, because I don't have not that I don't have the confidence, but I do not want to, I have a real problem when I make mistakes. How much I beat myself up. So you know, I overdrive on. So I am really careful. I want to know, and I don't have a problem asking a question. Like when I was in class and, yeah, everybody would say, oh yeah, and I'd go, I have no clue where you're going, professor. I have no clue. And then he would, everybody else didn't have a clue either. But I had, you know, so there's a system that I'll share with you that I've set up that helps councils kind of just open that up. You know, it's fair game, and it's really cool. So we can talk about that. I'll share it with her, and she can talk to you about
And
it.
Mike, is that something that's done in the public, or, I mean, because I've.
Yeah.
Councilmember Matthews' question. I mean, I think it's, you know, I think you all process things in a different way, but I do think the opportunity to hear that perspective of other council members prior to discussion, I think is helpful.
Yeah, and this allows that. It allows for, and I won't go into details because we're running out of time now, but I'll share it with you and you can share it. But it is a great point. But you're not, you know, your trust is, you're there. Let's talk about the next one, which is conflict. And because if you don't have the trust, then your conflict is you're incapable of engaging in unfiltered, passionate debate about ideas. You're guarded, create an environment where back channel politics occurs, you ignore controversial talk. You fall into the trap of opinions and perspective of team members. You have lively, interesting discussions. If you do, you're engaged in open battleground conversations. You extract and exploit the ideas of each other, and minimize politics. So let's look at your survey results on that. If you go pages 14, let's start on page 14. You know what I was wondering about last night? I said, Mike, why didn't you put this in order? You know, I'm thinking like, then I thought, oh no, this is a great way for them to stay awake. They have to move pages. I thought that's genius, Mike. No, I'm serious, guys. I was thinking about that at like 10 o'clock last night. So the council is willing to, now this is on conflict. Council is willing to voice their opinions, even at the risk of causing, you guys are like almost 4 on that, 3.86. If you look at the next one, council members on page 15, communicate unpopular opinions to the group. You're 3.43. I mean, not bad. During discussion, council challenges one another about how they arrived at their conclusions. You're not going to challenge folks. I can tell you, my brothers and I have the same problem. When we're on it, my wife picked up when we're on a Zoom call. I've got 5 brothers, and we'll talk like we plan family reunions. And she goes, well, why didn't you say that what Steve mentioned was a really bad, my wife's kind of blunt, is a really bad idea. Why don't you say something? You see where I'm going? And it was probably a bad idea, but I'm like, no. So that is not unusual. I mean, we all are, it's hard for us to call each other on the carpet. And then the council's passionate and then guarded in their discussions. You guys were 3 on that. So, I mean, not bad. You know, so let's talk.
I like how that looks like a middle finger going.
Ooh. Ooh, is that for me?
Where his mind's at, right?
I know where to get it back.
I picked up on that one. I mean, okay.
Yeah, I mean, to Councilmember Matthews' point, sometimes it's challenging because you're being recorded. There are people in the audience. And you've got an entire agenda to get through. And so there are just some, there are some challenges. So learning some strategies for being able to do that in a productive way that doesn't completely derail the meeting, but leads to deeper discussion. I think that would be good.
Yeah, and like I said, I'll share, Mary can share that with,
Coral was good at it.
city manager.
Coral that was one of her big strengths. I called it coral splaining.
Their former mayor.
Mary, yeah, because it's a, trust me, everyone, struggles with it. But your guys' commitment's really good. I mean, I give you, yeah, that's good. So let's talk about, commitment. So you're able to deal with conflict. So if you can't deal with conflict, then you can't commit. And what happens is that if you don't have a fellow, you pretend that you agree. You create ambiguity about direction. There's waste of time, excessive analysis is caused, lack of confidence, and fear of failure. Teams that commit have clearly around you, aligned yourself on a common objective. You've developed ability to learn from your mistakes. You move forward, change direction without hesitation. So let's look at your results on commitment, which I also think, I'm going to tell you, in fact, I made a note on those. Let's say pages, those are pages. We're going, 8. Let's start back at 8 pages, guys. Excuse me, council. 8, y'all. So 8. You're 3.57. Council clear about direction and priority. 3.57. Council is aligned around a common objective. You're again 3.57. Council ends discussion on issues clear and specific resolution. 3.4. Council supports group decisions even if they initially disagree. 3.71. That's really, really important because you speak as one voice with the council. And one of the things about when we get into the governance relations system is it's based on Carver, which is that the council speaks as one voice. But one of the things Carver emphasizes is that when a decision's made, even if you disagree with it, you have to support it. Case in point, our HOA, I mean, I had 2 board members that wanted, we had people diving into our trash, and I was, hey, these folks need whatever, bottles, because you can cash in bottles out there. I'm like, so we clean up, no big deal. And they wanted to enclose it in this pretty expensive enclosure. I mean, it's like $11,000. I mean, it was a math, and I was like, no. And I couldn't, but the 2 others outvoted me. They outvoted me. So I supported it. Once we did it, then I was there making sure, it got implemented and everything else. Now I'm going to fast forward. That was probably one of the best ideas ever. I mean, it is so much better and cleaner and everything else. So, but I did not want that because of the financial implication. And I'm the treasurer and finance person on the board. So I was like, no, we don't need this. Yes.
So on this issue,
which one?
question 10 that we're
Yes.
on currently, about making capital and decision issues clear, specific resolution.
Yes.
That when I looked at this, I thought to myself, at least from my perspective, it's not by accident, in my opinion. It has to do a lot with the mayor digging deeper in certain situations to kind of see if there's a way that we can get on the same page. And I think that leads to the response that we got on this question. It helps to have guidance in those situations, and our mayor does that particularly well.
Well, your guys' score, I even made a note. These are some of the highest scores I've seen. So I think that is from from that standpoint, you need to pat yourself on the back. The next area is accountability. And again, if you if you don't have commitment, you can't be accountable. Here, we're gonna have, I'm sure we're gonna have some discussion is you hesitate to call your peers on behavior that's kind of productive, create resentment among team members who different standards, encourage mediocrity, which I don't think is a problem for you, place undue burden on the team leader as a sole source of discipline, ensure performers feel pressure, identify potential problems, establish respect among team members who are held to the same higher standard, avoid excessive bureaucracy around performance measures. So if you look at your survey results, and we're going to go to pages 18 to 20 now on the survey, if you go to 18 to 20. Council points out one another's behavior that holds the team back. You're kind of a 1.86 there. The council questions one another about their current approaches and methods. Again, about 1.86. The council holds are held to the same high standard behavior. You're 2.86, and so the interesting thing about that is that this is pretty much the scores for within this area for every board that I've done this survey with. They're generally on the accountability side. But I want to have a discussion about that. I mean, it's nothing, I mean, it's not, it's not unusual, but then when we get into results, you guys will see that your results are high, which is counterintuitive to what, if you've read the 5 dysfunctions of a team, but again, it's based on the private sector where you've got a board, it's a private sector board that you're not elected, you're, like you all are. And so I think Lencioni, that's where I think there's one of these gray areas for us in the political side, because every single board that I have surveyed on this has this accountability issues, but their results are generally pretty good. And the other areas, trust, like I mentioned, maybe a little bit. So a little discussion on this, and then we'll
Ask a question. Did the question mean to each other, to staff, to?
Well, see, and that is a great point. The question means really based on accountability with each other. And yes.
Well, I think if we did do that, we would be failing in other areas because to point out, somebody's comments or behavior that I may feel is inappropriate or wrong would create conflict.
Yes.
Like everyone has the right to speak what they feel about something and make their points, and to respect that, just go on and not harbor that resentment, because maybe you're polar opposite of what they feel, keeps us as a high functioning team. We're not up there, berating our colleagues over something that we feel they said wrong. That makes sense.
Makes perfect sense.
And along those lines, I know for me, as a council member and then as mayor, because there really isn't, there's a job description. There are certain things that you need to do. You need to come to the meetings. You need to be prepared. You need to do your homework. But there are other things that aren't really spoken. And I think it's kind of up to council members for what they value. Like, for instance, getting out into the community and talking to lots of different kinds of people to get perspectives on things. or things like that, where it's not necessarily an across the board thing, like as a council member, you will do this. It's kind of up to our personalities and what we value in terms of our decision making. So I think sometimes that can lead to different expectations, right? Because you have an expectation for yourself. But is that a realistic expectation to put on someone else?
Also to that point, I think if there is a, me at least, because I had to look at within myself on this, a beauty to having somebody who maybe doesn't do the same thing as you do, because they have a different perspective by nature, just because of that. So you to the table. So, and again, not sure to the question or into the details of the outcome, but I feel like
So, and, you know, it's interesting because I've struggled with this, and I actually, had on someone the other day, because it's been with a similar response out of the council. I actually, I don't know how many of you use AI, but I sometimes, when I'm stumped on stuff like this, so I asked, I said, why is it that, because his book is on private sector, why is it with us, public side, that I'm getting these survey results? Said, you know, it gave me an answer. In fact, I'll send it to Joanne so she can get it to you, but it's our accountability is so, private sector board, you know where your accountability is at, you know, to shareholders and everything else. Our accountability, you're accountable to citizens, you're accountable to, you know, you've got all of these, it's multiple layers. And so it's really, really kind of tough. And also the fact that the kind of, like you had mentioned, is that, you know, unless the behavior is counterproductive to the overall, like I've only worked one board. It was a board, and actually it's great. Not that I'm a wine drinker, but it was up in wine country in California. You know, and they had one member that, in fact, consultants wouldn't even go to this city. I farm myself out sometimes to a larger firm in California, and they said, Mike, can you do this? Because they didn't want to deal with this one person. And she was just, I mean, it was interesting. I mean, she was like a force of nature. I mean, she'd just dominate meetings. Everybody else was, you know, like this, and nobody would kind of take her on, but we figured out a way to work around that. You guys don't have anything like that. They had an issue with, they should hold, because she was totally wasting the council's time. Am I making sense?
Yes.
I mean, like, come on, guys. I mean, council, I mean, do something. And they just, you know, everybody's just polite. Okay, any case, you're not there. Okay, last one, guys, and we're gonna get you out of here on time, is results. Results are, if you don't have all these other things, you're stagnant, grow, you're easily distracted. But instead, if you do focus on, you retain achievement, minimize individual behavior, enjoy success together, and you avoid distraction. Now, when I looked at your, if you look at page 12 to 13, results are really, really good. You guys' results are 3.7. The council values collective success more than individual, 3.71. I sure do that. I know with my HOA board, I do. And I admitted to the two board members I was wrong about that trash enclosure, even though it cost us a lot of money. And I told them I was wrong. Hard to do, but I did it. 13 is the council has a reputation for consistently achieving objectives. So you guys are, these are, I was really happy to see these results. Really, really happy. Little discussion. And then what I want to do is give you, I'm going to have you right out of here on time, because I'm just going to give you like a trailer for what we're going to do at the next workshop, quick trailer. Any discussions on overall on your survey results? We move into the trailer.
Something that popped into my mind with just this last bit that we talked about is that I think that there are some norms that we can more explicitly talk about, and I think we're going to in the rules of procedure, where we ensure that we have that shared understanding of kind of the baseline of what we should be able to expect from each other. And then maybe that eases any tension around other aspects where it's more up to our own personalities and interests as to where we spend more time or who we spend more time talking to or whatever.
And Mayor, this is a great, we must have, they're following my, this is a great segue into this. Actually, I had to, my boss at the university asked me to do a teamwork exercise with the TUSD school bus drivers. And I was like, no, because I had this impression, this is gonna be, these are like hardworking folks. The last thing they're gonna do is want to set through team building sessions. And I'm like, oh, no. But they had an incredible leader. And not only that, they were all incredibly, but we did, what I did is I came up with, the teamwork, one session I was in, this consultant, we were paying way too much money in the city I was in, had us build sugar cubes as a team. See how high you can build sugar cubes, and what does that have to do? Felt like this is stupid, a waste of time. But in any case, a lot of other stuff that they were doing was waste of time. So I want to do something, I came up with, when you look at teamwork is, there's a couple of things. What are 5 things we can do to improve as a team? Teamwork as a council. Then that you do those. And what are 5 things that we must change? So what can we improve? What do we need to change? And then what are 5 things each of us can do to support that? Because it's not just a matter of what we want to do, but what we need to change and how we can support it. And then how will we know if we're actually improving? And that's where you once you develop these, like I did with the school district, the bus drivers, you just check yourself every year. You survey, say, how are we doing? Are we doing okay? And that'll become part of your, getting me included in these things, which are workshop 2, alignment of roles and responsibilities. A story about the government relations system. I was, again, one Sunday, I kept asking myself, I really like to know what the council expects of me. There's not a manager on this planet. I mean, maybe there are some, but I haven't met one yet. All we want to do is to do what make sure that we're doing for you with your direction, what's best for the community. But the problem is there's 7 of you, all with 7 different priorities. And so I was saying, somebody's had to crack the nail on this. Well, a guy named, you guys ever heard Carver Governance? Carver Governance, I mean, private sector boards use Carver Governance. Nonprofit boards all over the country use Carver Governance. Only a handful of us in this country, a handful, one of them being Frisco, Texas, has actually adopted Carver. So Carver's a little complex. And so I said, okay, I like Carver, but it's way too complex. So I massaged it in an article I wrote, and I called it then the Governance Relations Contract. I learned and that was one of the first articles I wrote, is back in 2005. I didn't copyright it. And so ICMA, International City Manager Association, copyrighted it. I got that back because it's me, not them. But it's pretty cool because what Carver talks about is the role of the council is to say, here's the outcomes. The board is to say, here's the ends that we want. Here's what we want to achieve. Here's That's where we want you to go. How they get there, the means is staff. But you already know what the outcomes, water. You already know what the outcome's gonna be, and that's how you measure success. That makes sense? So that's a key at Carver. So what I did is I said, so then you ask yourself, so how can, if there aren't expectations, and I always ask, how can a board work effectively with each other and the manager without having expectations? And then, so I started, there's different levels of expectations, and I'll just go through these with you. There's organizational expectations that you'll see, and those are and these are just some examples of them. One is executive management, and these would be eventually these will be in a document that you'll see. But the next survey, guys, I want to give you another one of these. Next time around, I know it'll be bigger, better. I shouldn't say that. That sounds like something, but because you'll survey, I'll survey you on these organizational expectations that you want, and you'll get a chance to massage. But typical ones we have is organizational expectations for the manager. Executive management team is committed to developing and empowering employees, focusing on developing, and that just says what it says. A learning organization means that everyone, training and enhancing your skills, and then continuously improving internal and processes and practices. And again, these are just some examples. I start out with, what are your expectations? Because it's great to have a manager, but the organization, you want to know what the outcomes for that organization are in terms of her management, Joanne's management. The next one is, and I'm sorry I said CEO, but expectations for the manager. Any written information provided to one of you is provided to everybody. You guys probably do some of this. Plan ahead, anticipate needs, recognize potential problems. You want to make sure that they do that. You also want to make sure that attention to detail to avoid errors and things slipping through the cracks. So but there'll be a lot more, but these is just an example of some of those expectations. Now, board expectations. All councils, oh yeah, that smells like victory to me. That was in a movie, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes. Board expectations. Focus on outcomes, not positions. And what does that mean? An outcome is we need to have parks. We need to have more parks. A position is I want to park specifically here. And why do I want to park there? Because that's where folks that support me, that I get a lot of votes from. No operational interference. Disagree with the vote, but do not undermine the council. Okay? Do your homework. And then no public, this is funny. Every council that hired me, I'd say, guys, look, I'm the easiest guy in the world to get along with. You can come, I get paid for you to tell me what I'm not doing. Trust me, if I do something and I mess up, I'm going to beat myself up a lot worse than you would ever do. That's just the way I am. But never, never, never go after any of my people. Never. Because I said, if you go after a fire chief, anybody that I work with, I can't recover them. In 35 years, I never had a council. They talked to me behind doors about, Mike's not doing his job, or, whoever, I'm just using that as an example. But they never went after, never crossed that line. Because I said, otherwise, you need to, even when I interviewed, I said, you need to hire somebody else. Because I just, that is a critical. It's just, trust me, they do that. And it's bad, any case. And these are just civic engagement. You have this whole thing about making sure you engage with your citizens, okay? This is great because all of you have expectations, but once we get the GRS, everything will be shared. It's not just you as 7 individuals, it's you as one voice on the council. And wow, really, 3 minutes off. Next steps, workshop 2. That's it. We're done. Hey, I'm going to survey you again, and what you'll actually see, it's point and click. you'll actually see a draft of, I think I'm getting to know you. I hope I am. Maybe I'm not. I'll have Austin write council member Austin write a book for me and ask me if I'm getting to know you. And you'll look at these and go, yeah, I like it. Yes. If it's a no, then you'll give me some language to revise. Our next meeting, we'll focus on kind of going through and wordsmithing all of that. Along with, I'll give you a kind of you'll have a workbook like you had today to talk about why the governance relation system is important. That being said, I am going to pause. Thank you so much today for your discussion and being present. And I know that it's you got a lot to do and a lot of things, but I appreciate Joanne asking me to help you out. So talk. Any closing comments or thoughts?
So when you talk about, so you're going to send out a survey and we'll respond to it. And we can suggest different language in terms of how we would describe something. And is this building toward
Yes.
some sort of a plan?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, exactly. It'll actually, the survey will have like, here's organizational expectations. It'll have, here's expectations for the manager, here's expectations for you, but these will be based on what I know. I think I know. They're just, and they're pretty common with other clients that I've had. But everybody, then you'll be able to, you may say, that's a great statement. Like when I know, no operational interference. You may say, I'm fine with that. But you may also want, because it's not just, I just gave you, there's on every description, there's also some language to describe it. And so you may be okay with the description. This is the outcome, but you may not be okay with the language. You see where I'm going with the language? And that's where you may want to give me some feedback.
So is it along the lines of what you've shown us up here?
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. Except a lot more detail. This was like a like I said, it's a trailer. Can't wait till the next, Captain America's coming back. I'm sorry.
And then Mike, can you talk a little bit about how this kind of feeds into the city manager evaluation process? Because I think you saw in the survey, the way that it's been done in the past here has been through HR portal, through NeoGov, and I think it's been a pretty frustrating process for council, for the attorney and the city manager.
This is, thanks. So at the next workshop, we won't only go through the developing the expectations GRS, but also talk to you about the process for the evaluation, how that'll work. And it's really cool because you will take you'll take sections of the GRS to embed in the actual evaluation of the manager. And there's a whole process for it. And the council, you leave it open so that the council can also evaluate themselves at the same time they're evaluating the manager. This is a really, I'll tell you this is it's a 3-point evaluation scale because I was talking to a manager. This is a large urban county in the Midwest. And I was talking to her and she was like, the council's giving me a 5-point scale for my evaluation. And I'm like, what? So I said, it should only be 3 points. You either meet, what is it? You exceed, you meet, or need improvements. If you vote need improvements, you need to say why. You see what I mean? If you're gonna, and this is interesting, a client that we put this in for years ago had a split council, and the 3 that wanted to mount his head on a post. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? They couldn't, they were stumped on that because there was nothing, they had to show. So this is the evaluation system, trust me, it's easy. It's it's intuitive, it's great for you, it's great for the manager, but I'll go over that in the second workshop. So once you approve the GRS, everything that it's tied right into the evaluation system. And then it's, I have a process for, how it's run. It's pretty cool. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say that I really appreciate your communication style. I think it's unique, your free flowingness and the way you can divert at times, but yet circle back around. I've been in several of these type of scenarios before, and people know exactly what they're exactly what the script is, and it's perfectly said, and this is the point, and often that gets lost on a person like me and the way I think, because my communication style, I feel, is closer to you. And this is the first time that I've been in this position where I'm seeing someone in leadership kind of have a similar style, where I tend to beat myself up for it a lot of the time, now having you here. So just on a personal note, thank you for being you.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
It helps me be able to be
I
me.
wish I could tape that. Take it back to Tucson.
Testimonial.
I don't know if it's a compliment, to be honest, but
No, I appreciate
I hope it is.
I really enjoy this. I mean,
Beating himself up, giving him a compliment.
yeah. No, I really enjoy this work. I mean, I really enjoy working with, especially with folks that are trying to do the right thing, like you all. Thank you.
I actually had a question on the accountability, I think you had 3 of them. I found that very interesting when you do have to flip that a little bit. How would you characterize, you used your dumpster example of, the decision that you didn't think was a good decision. How would you have held your fellow board members accountable, and how would they have held you accountable under that scenario specifically? How would the ratings have come out?
Oh, yeah, that's great. I mean, I should have been, I just think that they were listening too much to our constituents, meaning the other owners. It's a small condo complex, like 28 owners, and I think they were listening too much to the constituents as opposed to the numbers. I'm responsible for the budget. I mean, we had the money, but we had bigger issues than a dumpster. That's real. I mean, I got a roof that I got to replace for $50,000, and there's thinking about a dumpster. So I should have been more honest with them. I could have in our meetings, but again, I like them, and I just kind of was like, kept saying, well, I don't know if we can afford this. And they didn't, but I should have been more at a level expressing to them just how we've got going a little bit deeper. But it's hard when you're dealing with, first of all, I like the people that are on the board. And so it's hard for me to hold them. In fact, my wife tells me, why aren't you holding, I won't mention a name, but holding this person accountable? I mean, I get that all the time because she's obviously an owner with me out there, and
That's armchair quarterback, though.
Huh?
That's armchair quarterback.
Yeah, it's armchair quarterback. So I just tell her, unless it's something that's going to be quite frankly, my rule on, unless it's something that's disastrous, that it's going to be a major issue, then we all have different, like somebody said, we all have different personalities. I'm not going to go to the wall on that. If somebody's going to do something that I'm on a board with that I know is going to be like a point of no return, then I'll go to the mat. I mean, but otherwise it's just, yeah. So I understand the accountability.
I liked what you mentioned afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
You were behind it 100%.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, they were being accountable to our membership, and I was more worried about nickels and dimes.
I appreciate it. Thank
And I did get reelected, so I guess our members like my nickel and diming. They may have been upset with me. I didn't run on oh yes, I supported the enclosure. Other questions, guys?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
And I feel like this is a safe space to ask this because we don't have this issue with this council. But I still hear stories of prior council members or mayors and stuff, actions like, in some sense, we don't have a boss, each other, but let's say we have something really bizarre, like, we're at the cities and towns and, you know, we're acting very inappropriately, drinking, going to a strip club, whatever. I said I was gonna be really bizarre, you know, and people are wondering, is that on city money? Is it, they shouldn't behave that way? I mean, like, where does that, how does that get addressed? To like, you know, to the image of the council or just an inappropriate action? Like, how is it, how do other councils approach that to each other? Because we're equal in authority, right? None of us go to a strip.
I know.
Visually, I mean, it hasn't been leaked out,
That we're
but,
aware of.
but I mean, you know, I've heard stories of past councils that have triggered different policy changes because of behavior or whatever, but how do you address right then? Oh my gosh, the mayor is, you know, whatever she's doing, that's, we're thinking, oh geez, right? So how do we address that?
It's funny because this is an ethics discussion that came up with the previous council. Former council member Salas asked that this be explored, and it is, I mentioned how many different councils that I've worked with, and this is why Mike pointed at me, because this.
Yeah.
Every time they've talked about going down, let's establish an ethics policy for the council. We've explored different options, and every time it's, hey, we're grown up enough. We think we can, you know, work with each other. We think we can understand and help each other. Fortunately, we've never had anybody that's been way out there in any of those councils that I've worked with, all of those previous council members and mayors. So every time an ethics policy has come up, it's been discussed, but nothing's ever been enacted. And we've entertained several different options. There are some in places that honestly, yeah, they could work, but do you really need to go there?
So does it need to go that far to an ethics policy, or is there some type of protocol? Like,
Let the mayor know. Or-
yeah, and this mayor, do we expect a mayor to address it? Or if it's the mayor, we've had a couple of mayors that are a little, you know, rogue. You know, so how does, like, okay, let's say the mayor did something that I just felt was ethically, you know, wrong or not appropriate for, you know, her position.
And because there is nothing in writing, there's no specific protocol. But if it gets to the point where it's crossing the law line, that's a different story.
You can do a lot of things that aren't.
A lot of things up to that line that just don't look good, so to speak. So it's not easy. It's definitely a difficult balance, but there isn't anything. I'm just gonna say it. There's nothing specific that says.
Any suggestion? We go to,
Yeah, I would say, talk to me as the manager, and if I feel like it's something that I need to pull Sterling in, I will. So I think that's the way I would handle it.
like I said, it's easy to have this discussion now because we're not like,
Yeah.
talking about you, Mayor, you know, but, you know, it's funny because there's some legacy that we would like not out there that people bring up all the time, you know, and you're like,
Well, and I think that's another reason why these kinds of conversations are important, right? So that you're keeping a healthier dialogue and a healthier team so that hopefully those, and so like we keep coming back to make sure you're paying attention to how your actions impact colleagues too, so that hopefully we're not doing some of the things that we've heard of. And I'm sure every council across the country has some horror stories of council members where when you hear the story, you're just like, they did what?
yeah, exactly. So now that we know, we can lay it on Joanne and Becky.
I successfully got out of the crosshairs there because thank you, Janelle. Honestly,
Unless
it
it's
is
picking
something
a lot.
that I've worked with previous managers on when things have come up like that, so. Yeah. I'm just saying there's no specific rule that you point to say, suspended for, there's nothing like that.
It just reminds me, I've got to call and talk to him. The guy that trained me to do this, he was manager for 35 years in Amherst, a hard community, but he had a thing he called no answer. So when you asked me that question, I was like, I don't have, he said, you don't respond quickly, Mike, just see if someone else in the room jumps in. Well, I'm gonna tell Barry, because I got to talk to Barry this month. I'm gonna tell Barry, I did your no answer boss. And it worked. Yeah, don't, because a lot of times it's like, you don't have to be the person with all the answers. Thank you, the attorney. Yeah, good question though. It's interesting when you say we have all these policies there. There's one, I always tell my graduates, there's one, I can't remember what private sector company it is, but they say do no harm. That's their do no harm. That's their value.
Didn't that used to be Google's?
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it?
Maybe they still think it is.
Do no harm. We're not gonna harm you as employees. We're not gonna harm you as customers. We're not gonna harm you as board. Do no harm. Anything? Questions, guys?
Thank you. It was very.
Yeah, this has been great. Thank you, everyone, for your participation.
Thank you.
So while we have everybody here and focused, I think what we would like to try to do is try to see if we can identify a date. Next workshop, and Mike has given us some dates.
So I provided February 5th, which we are not able to do because that's our budget retreat. But we have March 5th and March 12th. So looking to see schedule availability.
I know March 5th won't work for me.
March, just so you know, the week of March 9th. Break. That impacts anybody.
Is it half day, whole day?
Half day.
Half day.
March 5th.
That one won't work. March 12th.
Yeah, I was questioning. I'm glad that won't work.
March 12th would. Wilson right now.
I'll probably be out of the country.
For
Just spring break.
Yeah.
Going.
Secret layer.
In Mexico the week before.
It's a school. And if that is the only.
March 19th.
Austin, some pictures of the great big sandcastle that my son and his friend Austin Mexico with us, and they went to Austin as, and he's like, "Oh, I'm glad to know you're in Mexico."
Make sure that.
Let's go.
With a shovel.
Did you screenshot that or?
If he had it, he would have shared it already. The record speedo.
Went to the 19th council phone, so.
Yep.
So now we're looking at March 19th.
It's my birthday. I'm just gonna.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
So March 19th work for everyone.
Can we double check with Councilmember House too?
Yeah, if I can just get a confirmation from this team that it works, and then if it doesn't work for her, we'll come back and.
Morning, the first half of the day. I mean, I can make whatever work, but the morning I have nothing, but the afternoon I have 3 different nights.
In the morning, I have 3 things, but I can't reschedule them, but I cannot be there.
So I'm missing today something that will also reoccur on the 19th that I don't want to miss both of them. Civic Craft, so I will just have to not be present after 12 o'clock. Actually, it's going to be here in Flagstaff, so.
It's in the afternoon. In the
Can't do
afternoon.
the 19th.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be gone afternoon.
Afternoon. Or isn't it a half day?
But if we did a half day in the morning,
It's only half day.
12 PM.
Yeah, we'll have you out of here.
19?
Yeah. And
I
Councilmember-
can start early.
In fact, it's midnight right now.
Cupcakes?
I'm sure we could arrange that.
Let's do a luau.
The 24th.
Yeah. Make sure it's on every screen out there.
I'll bring the decorations.
Okay, well then we'll check with Councilmember House to make sure that works for her. And if she's got a conflict, we'll come back together and see if we can find another date.
Birthday is it on Monday, the 19th?
Joe.
Thursday, March 19th.
For mayor.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, that's my birthday.
We have a second half to this video, right?
Yeah, so I was just gonna talk about that. So we do have lunch here. And Wildflower today, right? In the afternoon, we're gonna start at 12:30. We can start a little bit later, but we're gonna talk about some things that kind of have repeatedly come up with the three of us or, meeting council members or just discussions with all of you as well. But we're gonna talk about some rules of procedure changes that you potentially would like to get some direction from council on. We're gonna talk about fair items. We're gonna talk about boards and commissions and hopefully to look at. And then media requests and then also it's repeatedly come up. So, after that, I'll do kind of a quick update on budget, kind of where we are. I think I've talked to all of you about some changes that I put in place in less than 90 days on the job. But I'd like to walk through those and then just give an update to council, as well as talk about the February retreat and what we're going to talk about in that. So, anything else did I miss? And Kevin and Shannon are going to join us for the afternoon. Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, Mike, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
You're one of the family.
Oh, I love it.
By the way, I Googled do no harm.
Google?
It was Google.